Hello, everyone. Welcome. Happy Sunday. You're all doing well. You've had a good weekend. Hickler, thank you for 55 months, currently on a 55-month streak. Very much appreciated. Go, 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 go. Hello, Waxcoat. Hello, Bork. Hello, Adrian. Hello, Steely Pat. Hello, Mac, Mac, Mac. Hello, Abel Rassi. That's everybody who's made themselves.
Diablo, 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 Diablo. Diablo, Diablo,
Diablo, 57 months.
Diablo, 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 Diablo,
Turn that off. Deactivate. Reactivate. There we go. Hello, it's me. I'm streaming. Hope everybody's doing well. Everybody's having a good Sunday. Like a hot fudge Sunday, that's a good Sunday. Let's play just regular, normal Diablo 2. Probably not. They probably just added a bunch of new content to it without fixing anything. I forgot I did this. That. There we go. Has anybody seen the Alfred and the Fetick? Has anyone seen that SanDisk ad that they're throwing everywhere on Twitch that's like a bunch of like Windows XP stuff and somebody like talking about having so much space for their giant deck? I mark it as the official death knell of the like nascent Y2K aesthetic revival. However, yeah, I saw it on Twitch. It might be regional. However, it's possible that people will still Hey, the old spice trade up in Canada is still going strong. Where's my cursor? Why isn't this working? Cursor ass. It's possible that people will continue to use We'll continue to use the aesthetic. After did we get the thing that we needed? No, we need
What you need?
chain gloves. But I don't know if I've backed up my save. Where was it? In here? Right? Then we copy this from here. And we can gamble. Still. We're gonna start by gambling a bunch. I'm a little tired because I didn't sleep last night. But yeah, some people I think will continue to use it, which means that the concept of commercialization killing an aesthetic or a commercialization being the death of a natural aesthetic trend is over, which is really sad, you know. That's a that is a passing of an era that I will mourn. When commercialization is so well baked into the everyday experience that it doesn't negatively impact or might even positively impact the adoption of a counterculture aesthetic. That means it's then the death of counterculture as a whole. It's just how long it'll stay on life support. Disappointing. You know, Bavork, there's only a finite amount of time before AI-generated G.G. Allen is shilling us medical aids of some kind in Twitch ads. My theory on my theory about that though has led to some of my approach in developing Pogor Saga of Woe, that Um, when I tell people about it, I explain it as sort of a, call it performance art, right? That I'm developing a video game not intended to succeed. In fact, many of the choices that I'm making are counterproductive to its success. Mismatched tone and gameplay style. Mismatched audience cohorts between the two. Intentionally making it a little bit difficult to control and play. When I get to the stage of marketing or advertising it in any way, I will pursue inconsistency. I'm not getting any hits on this gambling. Don't actually know if it's possible to get the item that I want. Here's the thing, Hictor, is that I don't want to make an enduring game. Oh, chance guards. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What do we lose? We lose 2 to dexterity. What do we gain? Defense and attack rating, light radius. Alright, are we gonna lose the ability to use any of our shit? It's funny, you know. The thing that I want to get out of it is I want there to be... I want to make something that goes against my professional discipline and which exists knowingly counter to the things I dislike about the way the market works right now. I feel like there's maybe it's my exposure to it. Have a good nap, Hector. I feel like a little bit of the soul of making video games is dying. This one here. It's not even that, Akabidi. It's not direct commercialization. It's this, like... We've come full circle to the, like, clone... deluge of clones. Time. Captain Coder, thank you for the 20 bits. You have 20 seconds to clumply. Hello, Graxus. But no, it's not that, right? No, it's all of the, it's all of the go-to-market strategy, and you have to have your pitch ready to get your game funded for exactly $250,000 to make your video game, and you're going to want to have social proof to show that your game is worth it before you continue making it. And to a certain extent, it's like, I'm not sure that every game that succeeds is going to follow these principles that make games more likely to succeed, but it's more likely that games that achieve moderate success will have followed those principles. And so even when you get into like weirdo fucked up games, it's separating the wheat from the chaff, so to speak, in a manner that moves things up or down the line. And those that get moved down the line are those that have less cohesive concepts that could be something extremely wild. For example, Crimson Land was real fucking wild when it came out in 2003. If you showed someone Crimson Land today, they'd be like, oh, that's a Vampire Survivors clone. And yet, but I don't think Crimson Land would have passed muster at the time that it was being made if it was evaluated in that way. Granted, the cost of making games is much higher now. So, like, the cost of living is much higher now. The cost of living is much higher now, so, like, making a video game on your own is more difficult. Because you gotta pay to live, right? Work is becoming more demanding, so you have less free time to work within. That's true as well, Captain Coder. Like, there's a parallel, um, there's a parallel elsewhere that I've already come to terms with the failure of. There's a program that I use that exemplifies this. It's a program called MIDI-OX, MIDI-OX. MIDI-OX is an incredibly useful program. It works exceptionally well. As far as I can tell, made by one dude. It's closed source, released for free, and still gets updates to this day. MIDI-OX is great. It's based on like ancient Windows libraries, so it looks like a Windows 98 or XP guy. But it does exactly what it needs to do. There's no fluff. There's no there's none of the insanity of open source where it's designed by committee and a bunch of people with different goals all built their favorite feature and none of them work together, and they all have different paradigms and how they work. It's a simple, small program. Its footprint is tiny, and it does what it needs to. It does exactly what you need it to. There's no better program for doing exactly what MIDI-OX does. That type of software doesn't get made anymore. We literally, that is an era of software engineering that's gone. No one makes programs like that anymore. If you want a program that solves a similar type of problem that is made today, what you will find is an app. Right? They're an app now. They're running an Electron or something similar. It's 900 megabytes, and it comes in a either an open source version that doesn't work, or it's a paid program that you have to pay $30 for, and there is no free version, or the free version is unusable. WinRAR is another good example of this sort of lost era of program stuff. Whoop. Anyway, there's a feeling now that games are sort of reaching the same point. And, people, they gotta eat, right? But at the same time, it's small projects that are done by amateurs are becoming lower quality. Larger projects done by that are done by people capable of producing professional quality stuff are becoming extremely lean, right? They're becoming these market fit target shits. And it kind of sucks, right? It's have you noticed that we've had a bazillion PS1 horror aesthetic games, and maybe 4 PS1 aesthetic not horror type games? Remember when the PS1 had shit remember when that era had shit I don't know, pen triisolon or something, and it was oh hey, this game is whimsical low poly 3D stuff. And everything is getting like condensed into these really specific niches. And so if you're doing a PS1 style game, it better fucking be horror or it's not going to succeed. Because that's what a handful of people decided that the market was going to be. And so they created this idea that if it looks like PS1, it should be horror. And then enough people bought into that that is now like the de facto. Like standard. And so you get this thing, right, where it's like, how do I put this? There's a concept that I explore in my professional capacity, which is the implicit sales, right? Implicit marketing, right? Oops, I drank a potion. Implicit marketing, which is before you ever say one word about your video game, maybe like when you say the title, people will start making assumptions about it. They hear the title of your game, they will start making assumptions about it. Like when you hear the title Pogor Saga of Woe, like, you're probably already assuming that it's going to be a barbarian game. That's correct. You're probably also assuming that it's an action game of some kind, which technically correct. You're probably also going to... The average person who doesn't know that I'm a fucking dipshit is going to go, this sounds like a serious game. They're going to say, this is some kind of like... This is going to be like Rastan, is what I think a lot of people familiar with the material will assume, right? You show them a screenshot. You show them a village being razed. You show them, the main character escaping, like bursting their bonds and escaping from torture and slavery. And they're going to assume, they're going to make all of those assumptions, right? They're like, this is a tale of revenge and high adventure. And they're gonna have all these implicit expectations of like how the game's gonna play and what it's gonna look like and what it's gonna sound like. And every time those people are gonna be upset. My goal approaching making the game, this is why I call it performance art, is I want to make a whole bunch of people upset. I want Macaw to go on his stream and loudly complain in the title screen and the intro going, it's shit! Right? But I want the game to be well crafted enough that it's actually not. It's put him in a place that makes him mad because it isn't it I don't want to say subverted because that usually implies a positive. Hello, Yugini.
Not in town.
You can pre-order Pogor Saga of Woe by subscribing to the channel at Whoa. That's 20%. That's 20% magic item. But now I'm down to shitty... God damn it. This game? My game or Diablo 2 1.0? You can pre-order Diablo 2 1.0 right now. My answer about microtransaction and live service, Akabidi, is...
Not in town.
Not in town. But that's the thing. I think you're everyone here is several levels too high up in terms of like problem identification, right? The problem that I've identified occurs at a much lower level than all of the symptoms that you see on the surface. I drank another potion because my hand was resting on the keyboard too heavily. Oh! Those are nice, but not what I want. Right? Pre-orders and monetization and live service and all that stuff. Those are symptoms. Hello, Raccoon. Those are symptoms of a rottenness that I think has taken root much deeper in the ideological process of how games are made. They're the end result, not the root cause. It's one of the streamers who I admire most. One of the streamers who I admire most is Captain Clever. Captain Clever is a very intelligent dude. He's he's a very intelligent dude. He's a very good streamer. He's excellent at understanding games. He's excellent at playing games. He does some incredible speedrun stuff. He does some really cool RPG stuff. But Captain Clever never monetized his channel. Pop. Oh, yes. Captain Clever never monetized his channel. And he did so... He chose not to do so for personal ideological reasons. Basically, he didn't want to put himself in a position where he felt the obligation to hello, Running Wild. He didn't want to feel like he had the obligation to stream. He didn't want to feel like he didn't want to feel like there was something that he needed to deliver for a monetized experience and have it interfere with the things that he wanted to show people through the medium of streaming, right? I don't think there's necessarily an ideological purity in that, but I think that is something that I very much that I deeply respect. That he was just like, you know what? No, I don't want to. That's not the purpose of this. And so I respect that a great deal. Now, the problem is that streaming a video game on the internet takes about 5 minutes to set up if you're not that concerned about the way your presentation is, right? Making a video game takes years. Even in the case of very small games. So it's harder to be an ideological purist of some sort and be like, I just want to make a video game so that it exists. There's also this perverse relationship between commercial success and
She attacked 21, telling him his intrusion into her sanctuary would be punished.
Hello, Pavel Dimitra. Between commercial success and widespread renown or knowledge, right? And that only exists now. It used to be that there was fucking who here played Snood, right? Who played Snood on their like school Windows 95 PC or something? You know what I'm talking about? Does this guy not stock light plate boots? Only the other guy does? Hold on. Make sure. Like millions of people, I suspect, played Snood, right? And what was Snood? Snood was just, it was a Bubble Bobble clone that had like weird faces instead of bubbles. Not Bubble Bobble, Puzzle Bobble, right? A Bust-A-Move clone that had like weird faces on it. And if somebody made the same thing today, it wouldn't be well liked or popular. It wasn't innovative in its time. It wasn't something interesting that like you can only do once. It just happened to exist at the right time. And so it's not. I don't think it's that, right? I don't think it's that it's spoiled for choice. I think there's been a fundamental shift in the way that people think about commercialization.
パーフェクトリーノーマルリサブスクリプシ
Fractal
ョン
Mind Mike,
61
thank you for 61 months. Shout out to Fractal Mind Mike. Playing Ultima 3. That's going to be an interesting adventure. I think there's been a fundamental shift in the way that people think about commercialization. And to that end, right, like I think Roblox is doing a lot of damage to younger generations in getting them thinking about commercialization of things much earlier and in much more predatory ways than used to happen. You know, it's like 12-year-old makes $20,000 in Robux or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's a bad message to send, honestly, right? I don't know. I do like that there's weird ass shit. There is some weird shit on Roblox that is just out there. Nobody knows about it. Nobody interacts with it, but it's there. An obby. Well, hey, after Roblox cut of it, if you made $1 after all of their cuts and everything, then Then that's pretty good. You might have made like $2,000 or $3,000. Gross. Obstacle course. I think it's really funny that I'm talking about all this and kind of I'm talking about this and like and lamenting the state of commercialization and how commercialization affects game development choices while continuously gambling in Diablo 2. Oh shit, you know what? Okay, okay. Hold up. I got an idea. For a game. This is a like... Yeah, you know, I respect that, Mike. I respect that. Here's an idea. Idea for a video game. Please feel free to go implement this idea. If you make $1 million, please give me $1 million. Because chances are you won't make 1 million. You'll either make like 50 million or 0 million. Here's my idea. It's fake virtual sports betting. Right? It's your what is it? Prize picks. It's virtual prize picks. It's the Balatro of prize picks. There you go. Maybe you play a character with a crippling gambling addiction who
Now that I'm dark. Yes?
Good to see you again. Since the rogues have been moving back into their monastery, they haven't been buying anything from me.
I don't think that guy can stock light plate boots. Scathed.
Now that I'm...
Good luck, Mike. You know how that's gonna go. I'm actually not seeing any light plate boots at all. They were showing up earlier, but now they're not. Annoying. Yeah, you just rip the Prize Picks interface and then like you wrap it in like your character has like this crippling gambling. It's the fucking what's that game? The Velocidrome game
Now that Ontario...
that like streamers play from time to time. Catacombs 3D and the build engine with Cosmic Missiles, cult stuff. That sounds pretty good. I don't know, there's some light plate boots that give you magic find. There's also chain boots that can be good. Now, commercialized game design. My commercialized game design is making it in Unity or Unreal so that you can port to every console, and then making it have like using asset packs to give it a like PS1 horror style, and making it like yeah, you know. Alright, where the fuck am I supposed to go? What are my quests? Far Oasis. All's the Dead. The Rocky Waste. Adrian! Actually, you know, before I go out here, hold on. Speaking of things being built in Unity. Let me show you my video game. As I keep referring to it, it's basically... Whoa. Hello. This is me. I'm very close. I refer to it as basically like... It's a performance art. Nah... Cosmetics... Hello, Ragadon. Cosmetics are negative, are a negative value proposition for commercialization. That's like 10 years too late. Probably. None of the stuff in the background is mine. This is all Dr. Tasty's stuff. I appreciate him allowing me to use a corner of his office to stream from. Anyway, microtransactions are out, live service is out, like all of that. None of that stuff works, and so you don't want to build on that right now. That would be... Why is reusable window capture not? Oh, because it's looking for scene 1. Anyway. It is Forkin. And streaming is a live service. So... I've got it doing a thing now where it loads into an almost empty scene and there's just a, like, spawner object that initializes all the game state stuff. It checks to see if you have a... It checks to see if you have a gamepad hooked up. And it'll use the gamepad if you have it hooked up, but it won't crash if you don't. Uh-oh. It comes to rest a little easier now. Ugh. Whoop. I made the sword smaller because it made it... Oh, fuck. Boomer Bob, thank you for the 3-stream streak. I think Pogor... Well, it depends. Pogor would probably lose... but the piss tank would not win, if that makes sense. It's like, I have this theory, right? Whoop. Alright, we completed it. I have this theory. More people lose at barroom pool than ever win. Right? I also fixed it so you can't, like, you can't fire your corpse into the... You can't fire your corpse into the exit to win now. I can't... That gold is really hard to get. Anyway, so I fixed a bunch of stuff. I've been working on, like, boring things. The next thing I need to do is, I need to... Hello. I need to, make a menu. I have some ideas for how I want the, what the fuck? What is this doing? I have some ideas for how I want the, how I want the menus to operate. Like, okay. Let me run this. Let me run this by you, Mike. From an aesthetic.
Good day.
From an aesthetic point of view.
Good day.
I want the menu options on the main menu to be like new game is like a dude that's like laying down, like tied up, and then when you select new game, like an axe drops and cuts his head off, and like options is like a small village, and when you hit new game, like torches, or when you click on options, like torches fly in and raise it to the ground. And it's not like, to be clear, not presented in like a silly, funny kind of way. Like a kind of kind of like, oh, hey, that's really gruesome. Jesus Christ kind of way. Yeah, exactly. Like, it should be just fucked up enough that you're like, God, if this was any worse, I would hate this game. But it's not at that level yet, you know? It's towing the line, as they say. Which I'm surprised how many people get that idiom wrong. I think for the most part, the remainder of the options and stuff, I would leave. Like, it would just be the main menu. I think it would be overdoing it to go beyond that. But the idea being that it, like, because it becomes silly. There's a certain point at which it goes beyond the pale, as they say. And it becomes kind of silly because there's too much of it, right? I think limiting it just to the... No. This is, like... It's magic resistant. It keeps spawning dudes, too. I don't like that. Amulet. Right, exactly. I don't want to cross the line that goes into a Bloodlust software game. Horrors oft. Yeah, no. It's good to define what is too much, right? Where does the line get drawn and why? You know, to say, actually, I think this is the constraint to place on it, right? But that is very specifically a constraint, right? Is that I want it to be something that people see and go, "Oh, Jesus." That was and then they don't see too much of it there. I guess I'm gonna round out my strength and dexterity. Because I lost 2 points of dexterity doing something from an equipment change. Yeah, like I wanted to sell that feeling. Hello, Satan. I wanted to sell that feeling without feeling like it's over the top. I guess we're going more fireball. Bunch of potions from that. All right, enjoy your meetings, Mike. Fractal Mind meetings. But yeah, aesthetically, I love the idea of like, like, I'll put it this way, right? There's a bunch of like barbarian or barbarian adjacent media that is designed to parody. I thought that guy's name was Creature Feature, which I found to be funny. There's a bunch of like barbarian adjacent media that is that is like well, so here's the thing, right? I had this conversation with the professor of games history at UCLA the other day, and we were talking about the separation of good, popular, liked.
I am overburdened.
And he expressed that one of the games he likes, regardless of it being good or perhaps popular, though it was pretty popular, is yeah, that's a lot of superior stuff. It's probably gonna sell for an okay amount. Let's go unload. Was Saints Row 3, right? And so, in my opinion,
to serve you.
in my opinion, Saints Row 3 specifically hit this sweet spot of like it was over the top and like silly, but it was also just silly enough that it didn't feel like trying too hard or cloying is the description I would use, I think. Hello, MTI. This is perfectly normal Diablo 2. Cloying, let's see. Webster, tell me about cloying. Disgusting or distasteful by reason of excess. Yes, perfect. Hello, Twisted Mentat. So, I found Saints Row fucking whatever one it was bat out of hell. The one after 3, they were like, well, 3 did well because you were allowed to do stupid stuff in it, despite the fact that Saints Row 3's story was relatively serious in its presentation, right? It was a serious presentation of a story, and then wasn't there one in between that wasn't a properly numbered sequel, J52? Am I remembering that incorrectly? And yeah, 4 was also the same issue. But it was a story that was on the surface serious. But then your character could be wearing like 3 pairs of headphones and like have like a pedophile mustache and like balding, and like it's like this is the character that like that this story, this serious story is about. That was good. That was a good, like, you felt clever as a player. You felt clever as a player for making your idiot look like that, right? But then when the game started telling you that it was extremely silly, it became less interesting to do so. You were no longer subverting the game by putting together the pieces that it very obviously gave you for that purpose. Yeah. And so, well, the nuclear landlord. There's another example that I use from time to time. Which is, what the fuck is it called? It was a like fairly critically acclaimed, or at least widely publicized, indie game. What was it called? Fuck. I can remember like the silhouette of the character because it had the like upside down triangle. Postal wasn't an indie game. It had like the upside down triangle shaped torso, and the head kind of looked like the guy from Skull Monkeys. No worries. And he's like standing on a hill. Like, I think, like, holding a weapon over his head. And, like, the second... it got, like, a DLC, I think? Or a like, smaller expansion game. There was like quest for underpants or something, or what the fuck is that? Hey. I'm trying to yeah, here we go. Yeah, Death Spank. And so, like, I never looked into the game Death Spank because, to me, the way that it presents itself is, like, silly and wacky. Okay, it was after 4. Okay. So Death Spank came off as like silly and wacky. It was a comedy game. And to me, and this is my own preference, right? This is my personal preference. Nothing to do with marketability or whatever, or popularity. But I found Death Spank to be extremely cloying in its, like, in the way that the way that it presents itself, right? I want a game like Monkey Island where the story is extremely serious and the comedy is in the presentation of those story elements. Like, look at what happens throughout the story arc of Monkey Island 1, right? Secret of Monkey Island. Guy comes to town, wants to become a pirate, right? He's heard that this is like, he's heard that this is the town where pirates are made. He's a young man looking for a life of adventure, and he wants to become a pirate. So he's I know I know this actually. He wants to become a pirate. So he goes to this town where the pirates gather. He finds out that in order to become a pirate, he has to pass several trials. He has to defeat a master swordsman. He has to recover a lost treasure. What's the other one? Hello, Simple Man. And he has to steal from the governor's mansion, right? And in doing so, he learns that a ghost pirate has been terrorizing the seas. Well, here's the thing. Insult sword fighting, not included, right? Not part of the story. Insult sword fighting is not anything that occurs in the story of Monkey Island, right? It is an execution of a specific portion of the execution of a specific portion of the gameplay. It is not part of the story, right? How the conflicts are resolved, what the treasure is, the buried treasure that he has to find, right? So what ends up occurring... Why does it just sometimes, like, do a drive-by and kill them anyway? That's so weird. So what ends up happening is... Oh, yeah. Like, he breaks into the governor's mansion, and the corrupt sheriff tries to kill him, but the governor rescues him, and he starts a romantic relationship with the governor, because they are attracted to each other immediately, right? This is all standard fare, like, adventure stuff, right? This isn't... There's nothing goofy about the story of Monkey Island, right? The governor gets kidnapped by the ghost pirate, and then, you know, the young man assembles a ragtag crew to go after, her. And the ragtag crew turns out to be, you know, much like Long John Silver's crew, and there's a mutiny, and so following a voodoo ritual, our young adventurer, hey. Our young adventurer, like, magically guides the ship to its destination, right? Nothing silly happens outside of the mechanical elements of the game, right? He befriends the cannibals, and, like, that allows him to enter the ghost pirate's lair. And then he uses consecrated holy water from a voodoo ritual to hurt the ghost pirate, right? All this stuff, it's all normal stuff. And then you have, like, let me see if I can pull it up here. You have Death Spank. Death Spank, a character named Death Spank who has searched his entire life for an item known as the Artifact, a mysterious object whose purpose is equally mysterious. Oh. It's like very, like, from the very beginning of it, it's just focused on the silliness of it, right? And I think that to me, that harms its ability to set up good comedy. The third game is called The Baconing. Anyway, my point is, to bring it back around to the other thing I was talking about, My point is that it's really easy in video games to go too far, to try to do too much. And to end up making something potentially unappealing as a result. So at least my approach is I would like to approach it
Hello.
from a position of moderation, right? To say, hey, you know, like, I want only this amount of this thing. I don't want it to go over the top and go too far and come off as silly. I want it to be something like, you know how when I play, whenever I play Splatterhouse, I point out the giant slug guy, like the giant slug face guy. You know what I'm talking about? There's that one enemy that poses no threat. It's like a melted face that like slowly pulls itself along the floor, and it's disgusting and fucked up and cool. And it's like, it poses almost no threat to the player. It's not a boss. It appears only once in one level. And it's cool as fuck. It stands out because it's like, oh, hey, like, what the fuck is this thing? Like, why doesn't it... 1,200 gold. Holy shit. It's like... why doesn't this thing appear again?
I can't carry anymore.
Why... You know, it raises a lot of questions. It makes you think about kind of how the game works. And it stands out, you know? If that enemy appeared all the time, or was like a particularly threatening enemy, or like a mini-boss, it wouldn't have the same impact. Its one-off nature
I am overburdened.
is part of its allure, right? Just having this like random one-off stuff that you go, whoa, the fuck was that? Why was that guy there? You know? I like these dudes who can just like... Just gonna teleport down
I
on
can't
you.
carry anymore.
But that's my thought in like adding extremely brutal animations to the main menu. And only the main menu. I think it sets it apart, right? It's like, hey, look at that. I need fastest cast speed at some point. It stands out and it goes like, whoa. That's the noise it makes. Hey, maybe that's literally the noise it makes. And And that's another thing too, right? That's one of the things that, like, I see this in, like, indie game, like, advice thing. It's like reusability, like, figure out a way to, like, make things more valuable to you by not having one-off stuff. And it's like, yeah, that is good advice. But also, there's a, anyone here familiar with the band Wire? The song I think about. There's a Wire song that I think about from time to time. I admire Wire for kind of being a bunch of assholes who didn't, like, they didn't follow the norms to become mega popular like their contemporaries, despite having all of the ingredients for that success. I think they made some conscious choices not to pursue, like, mega fame. They just were doing the thing they wanted to do. But Wire has a song from one of their earlier albums. I think it's called Single KO. Yeah. The first 6 lines. The first 6 lines of Single KO pop in my head pretty frequently. It's a
I am overburdened.
It's a guiding principle of mine, I guess, that I don't often get to exercise. But I find it a very interesting sentiment.
I can't carry anymore.
I can't carry anymore.
ブランニューサブスクライバー
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to OK Donuts.
"20 inscrutable video game tips. 1. The Green Badger, for reasons unknown, either gives you 0 health or doesn't do anything at all. 2. Nothing. No way to revive your fallen friend. You have no way to flee the scene. As a result, if you get wounded, you die. If you do get wounded, then you are killed, and if you are killed, then you actually die that much more quickly. Oh, you might as well use a second video card then and replay the entire game. Once you get hurt, trying to get to the death belt at the end will be immensely difficult when you are crippled with medkits. Now you can do 2 separate and simultaneous firefights. There is also nothing to do once you get killed. It feels fine. This game has a nice style which can stand out well, but it's done entirely in a frantic state, not a fun, relaxing or even helpful life state. 4. Slow and steady wins the race. The game gets back to the races after anyone dead kills you, and then only has a red beep to fill the screen to count down a new red beep, then just ends. No go on.
Hey, did I hear it right? Did it say it's a game where you need a second video card to win the game?
I am overburdened.
Because that's a fucking... that's some performance art shit right there. It, like, detects your GPU, and then it detects your secondary GPU, and if you don't have a secondary GPU, you, like, can't get the password to, like, continue the
I
game.
can't carry anymore.
And the password is... make sure the password is, like, dynamically generated from a seed at the start of the game, so you can't look it up online. Hell yeah. language. Hill Shrine. I have shit in my inventory? Yes, I do. I sell shit.
Yes.
Dickhard Kane. Has anyone made that joke before me? I bet nobody has.
Good day.
Such a good idea. That's such a good idea. Game that you can only beat by looking by hooking up a monitor to a second video card. God. Playing with the like sandbag it.
I need mana.
Super mana potion. That's nice. Lightning resistant mask. Appropriate, I suppose. They're laying all the eggs. Okay. Isaac. I have missed a bunch of shit. Oops.
Good evening.
It is an honor to serve you.
I leveled up once, right?
Good evening.
Interesting. Does it, does it enable things like, copy protection, pass-through type stuff? Let's try to keep it to generally positive topics and games mostly. I think a lot of people come here to kind of escape the grim reality. So I want to make sure that it's not also grimness leaking in here. Yeah, that would be cool. I can't imagine that it's too difficult, right?
Oh no.
Because the Hey Mendel. I've gone way too far. I've gone too far this time. I imagine it couldn't have been too difficult to do. There just wasn't. Range darkness. All right. Drognin D's nuts. Basil Faulty has been murdered. I can't remember any other characters. Has discovered the body in the crypt. I can be anything with a giant twerking emote. And to clarify, like, if I make suggestions if I have suggestions on things that people post or content in chat, it doesn't mean I'm mad at you. I'm just trying to set the tone and give some guidance on like what I would prefer. You'll know if I'm mad. Oh, the maggot lair. Well, you need to have part of what makes Grimblood interesting is that you have to it becomes reductive. Is that the right word? In that as more people are murdered, it becomes both it becomes more difficult. Hello, Discordia. It becomes more difficult to confront the murderer because there's less people who will defend you. It also becomes easier to determine who the murderer is because suspects are eliminated. Hello. Hope you had a good nap. In Dry Hills. Yeah. You have to catch a workplace lunch thief. Sure. Here you're throwing axe is good. That is correct, Franzel. Perfectly normal. Version 1.0. No patches, no updates, no expansions. No rune words. No warlock. Ha! Oh. Okay. Discordia, are you gonna... I heard you were planning on streaming today. Is that still your plan?
Good evening.
Folks, go follow Discordia Dystopia and watch whenever she streams. My threat to her was that I was going to make her partner on Twitch against her will by getting enough people to watch. Yeah. Hey, it's in your own best interest so you don't get disintegrated by death lasers at TwitchCon this year. I think that a small amount of bullying in the form of kind-hearted support is worth it. You should have heard the noise it made. The klaxon, the blaring klaxon of imminent laser death. And the
Pineapple!
Good pull. And the fact that the attendant saw your wristband, saw that it said affiliate, and was like, scan it. They were like, they tricked. Tricked is the wrong word. Like they bullied you into triggering the death lasers. Oh, that was on fire. Superior Plum. Cletus Plum. Halls of the Dead. I have good news, chat. I received a text that a box full of flashcards is on the way. You know what that means? I'll be able to play awful dog shit Atari Jaguar games that aren't Club Drive soon. I've got the DS. The DS is here. I don't always drag it out. The Jaguar is the only console I have here, but Dr. Tasty might have some other consoles that I can put a flash card in and mess with. Towers 2, Plight of the Stargazer, for one. What else? Ultra Vortec. Bubsy. Esports are for losers. Thank you for the raid. How did Windows 98 treat you? Esports are for losers is a real one. Real hardware, real problems, if you know what I mean. Man, I cannot believe I went to this place nearby. Club Drive is the best Jaguar game in my IMO, for me personally. Do I want more Fireball? I want more warmth. Your mileage may vary. I went to this place down the street. It's like a little, like, deli and not convenience store, not liquor store. They have like some beers and stuff. I got an antipasto salad, and holy fuck, it was like $12. And I ate like a third of it, and I was like, this is too much food. And so now I have the other 2/3 of it in the fridge that I'm going to eat for dinner tonight. And probably tomorrow night. Crazy amount of food. Oh, that was a mana recharge shrine. I see. It was, yeah, it was like pickled pepperoncinis, shredded mozzarella, salami, and like, there was like 3 different kinds of meats. I think like salami, pepperoni, and a third one that was like a little fattier than those. And, artichoke hearts. The artichoke hearts are expensive, aren't they? I don't know how they sell a salad like that for $12. And then, of course, like, Dr. Tasty had gotten the same thing the night before. And ate the entire thing in one sitting. You know what's wild? You know what's wild that I learned like the other day? Like, I am now in like the same weight range as Dr. Tasty. And it just goes to show you how important body composition is. Oh, hey. I'm a genius. Speaking of body composition. I left myself a little peanut butter cup from earlier when I was portioning out my snacks. Well, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Body composition, when you're ripped... Oh, hey. That's where all these guys came from. When you're ripped, you can weigh like 210 pounds and look slim. Yellow item. My goal is still to hit 185. Hit 185 and then start building up my muscle. I'm shifting my body composition toward muscle. I wouldn't say slowly. It's actually happening like really fast. But I'm not focusing on it. It's not something that I'm like actively doing. Anyway, out west. Happy Sunday. I've been okay. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. But I am now less stressed than the reason I was not getting sleep, so I'm happy about that. Now, inexplicably, we're getting minor potions for stuff. But yeah, once I'm like around like 185-ish, I'll start shifting my focus to gaining muscle.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Okay, let's go sell these off.
Good day.
Good day.
Do you think, chat, Chat as a whole, do you think that I would look good if I was ripped like Dr. Tasty? Do you think that would be a good look for me? Never mind the like, you know, complications of getting there. Is that a good like destination? What do you think? Bonus points. I don't know about that, Ninja. Mr. Blobby? Hello, Aaron. Fat Strong is a fine look. Like, fuck it, what's the... What is his name? Chiyo no Fuji Mitsugu. Yeah, this dude. Hold on. Let me, the list. Let me pull this up. Hold on, dude, add time. Oh my god, there's the list. Here's my face, like, real big. Chiyo no Fuji Mitsugu. This dude. That kind of look. This dude was fucking hella strong. I am 6 feet tall. Honda was a larger fella. Chiyo no Fuji Mitsugu was like small. He pioneered the like idea of being like big but lean relative to other sumotori. The big, surprisingly, the big difference between like fat strong and looking ripped is mostly down to like just body fat percent. Unless you get into like really specific bodybuilding stuff. I think I mentioned it before, but like the Gavin Rossdale Woodstock 99 build or whatever is another like thought, because that dude at that point he was like mid-30s, I want to say, maybe mid to late 30s, and then like he continued looking like that for a good 10 years.
Hello.
It is an honor to serve you.
Light, light, light. Okay. Gosh, it's kind of warm here. I thought there was a switch that turned the fan on, but there's some other mechanism to it. But yeah, I enjoy being strong. So definitely muscle for utility. I'm all like, I haven't been keeping up with it on the lifting side, but I am still You don't think I could pull off the wasteland? I don't think I could either. Like, I don't have the same, like... I don't think I could pull off that kind of look. But I'm curious if you think I would look... if you think I would look attractive with a similar muscle, body fat loadout. More so than, I don't know, how I am now? Whoop. A lot of farts. It would make me happy for other reasons. Because I would have more energy and I would have more energy and I would be healthier. But that's besides the point. I'm not the audience for me looking good. That does make me happy. Get to go to the lower. But yeah, I'm gonna lose weight regardless, right? It's a question of like it's like which plan to go for, like the Gavin Rossdale, the Dr. Tasty, like what's the goal once I do the hard part? Like what's the goal? What's the ultimate goal? Gavin Rossdale, Dr. Tasty, Michael Phelps, something in between. Chiyo no Fuji Mitsugu. Let me see here. No, maybe not Phelps. Phelps is, ugh. That's like, a little kind of horrifying. Discordia, I would be extremely happy to encourage you to lift weights and get strong. You know what's... Okay. I'm certain you probably already know. I'm certain some people in chat probably already know, but I know that there's also a lot of misconception about it. Full resistance is plus 10. That's kind of good. There's a lot of misconception about what a buff woman looks like. Like, if as a woman, you just, like, go start lifting weights and, like, eating a high-protein diet and, like, doing all the stuff to, like, maximize muscle growth and everything, what do you... Just as a broad general question, what's an example of a buff woman that you, like, the physique that you would end up with if you did that? What comes to mind? Obviously, no steroids or hormones or performance enhancing shit. Just doing the work and eating the diet. Player Max. Can you send me... I don't know what this... I usually use a, like... Let me see if I can look up online. Player Max. Okay. That's some impressive strength training. Let's see, Simone Biles. I have an internal reference point that I use. You know who was, like, surprisingly buff? Madonna. Like 1990, like mid-90s Madonna. Cause she had a whole fucking, like, strength training regimen, and had to because of all the, like, crazy shit they were doing on stage. But that's, like, if you're relatively low asterisk body fat and very strong, Madonna of the mid-90s is what you get. For like, you know, not competitive bodybuilding. Is it poison? Like, not competitive bodybuilding regimen, but like what a normal person could expect to achieve if they work hard at it. Choking gas potion. Rhea Ripley. Yeah? Is that an action figure? That's a pretty good action figure. I was saying, yeah, no, I was saying, like, if you, if as, like, a normal, everyday woman, you start working on building your physique, like, what a reasonable goal point looks like. Maybe reasonable isn't the right word. Like, what you might look like if you work very hard, but you don't, like, you don't completely change your lifestyle to it. Discordia, is that your goal? Rhea Ripley or Claire Max? Hello, Krill. Wife goal. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm such a disappointment as your wife. Oh god, there's a lot of shit in here. No, why am I attacking? Gotcha.
I can't carry anymore.
I used to be like, when I was like in my teens and 20s, I was scrawny as shit. And then I put on a whole bunch of weight from work-related stress and overeating and
Anymore. I am overburdened.
cube. Hey, cubes. Can I open the cube? Yes. Can I put stuff in the cube? Cube. Basketball, softball, martial arts. I forget if you told me. What martial arts did you do? I am curious. Hello, Taters Games. That was the poison shrine. I can just pop out of here, can I? I miss something. But that said, the player. Rotten Maggot, the player. It's gonna explode. Yeah. A broad axe. Good thing I'm playing a female character. Har har har. Now I gotta. No. Let's hear Dickhard Kane talk about the cube.
You have quite a treasure there in that Horodric cube. According to Horodric lore, the cube can restore a Horodric staff. To do it, use the cube as you would a scroll. When the cube opens, place both pieces of the staff into it and use the cube's transmute power. You'll be pleased to know that the cube has other alchemical uses as well. 6 gems plus 1 sword transmute into a socketed longsword. You may also transmute 2 quivers of crossbow bolts into 1 quiver of arrows, while 2 quivers of arrows yield 1 quiver of bolts. I must leave it to you to discover other formulae.
Don't they just sell... Don't they sell bolts and arrows, like, in town? Why is that... Why does that formula exist? This is... All resistance is 10? And I lose... How much defense? And 8 life? Hey, Krigath. Hello, thank you. On 15, I would lose 15 defense. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Is it Drogman that has the staff items and shit?
I've been researching this lengthy eclipse, and I believe it to be the work of claw vipers. Find their temple beneath the desert sands, and you may find the source of this curse.
I forgot that this game had the same, like, darkness curse thing going on that, that they did in, that they did in Path of Exile. Mana, 2 to warmth. What's this? 2 to warmth, 2 to firebolt. I'd be losing 1 firebolt for 2 warmth. That's pretty good. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, our staff has like a butt plug on the end now. Cool. Deposit.
Greetings.
Gamble. Hey. Hey, mana's coming back pretty quick. Because we've got the sash that, like, multiplies our mana recovery speed. On top of having a whole bunch of warmth. God, I got a whole bunch of warmth in here. Sweaty game. Hey, boy Jay, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty well. I know, right? Shocking. I can just... I don't know what the... I don't know what the next area I'm supposed to go to is. I guess... Maggot Lair under Far Oasis. Law Viper Temple. Valley of the Snakes. It always bothered me that when you lift the Darkness Curse in Path of Exile 2, and you go back, they're all like, yeah, whatever, cool, thanks, and they don't give you anything.
Good morning.
After setting the expectation in the first town that you get something, you know? Like, oh, hey, you completed the chapter, go back to the previous town and get a reward. But then they, I don't know, they changed that. Where? It's over here. Loot Lane. Goop. Goo pile. Oh, gross. Guess what enemies aren't fun to deal with when you're playing as a paladin? It's those insects that you can't hit. Flame slime.
Not enough mana.
Love when a random ass command prompt window just pops up over OBS for no reason. I think I might be screwing myself because damage reduction is really good in this, but I might not. Severb's Ward.
I can't carry anymore.
Is Balanced Axe a throwing weapon? Yes, it is. Big one, though. Bip, 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 bip. cowboy boots? Fast run walk. How were they carrying a large sheep? Bug of holding. Whoa! Pretty good. Wait a minute.
I am overburdened.
Good day.
It is an honor to serve you.
Those sell for a lot. Mana stolen per hit. Not hard to see what I'm doing. Hey. What happened? Quit it. Hey. Hey. was that? Okay, there's level 2.
I am overburdened.
Stay a while and listen.
Good day.
Not here.
Mana on kill would be great to have for like a bunch of things, but I don't think Punished Life would be nice too.
Allow me to advise you. Good day.
Not in town.
Not in town. There's one extra area I didn't go to. Let's check it out. Just go to www.nfl.com and just check it out. Pop, pop, pop. I started to say this earlier, Discordia, if you're still there. I would be very excited to get buffed together. I will take you to task for lifting all of the weight. Oh, hey, I didn't see... I'm sorry, I didn't see this. Discordia had a 15 stream streak. Getting back up there. Dope. Oh, it regenerates when it's in the ground, too. That's obnoxious. Alright, enjoy your dinner. Right on. Thanks for stopping by. Hey. More vitality for now. We'll probably try to get more mana next. But well, here we go.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Go back. Loot go away, no.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Quarter to 5. I thought that was alive because it was moving. I'm gonna try to full clear all these levels, I think, because I don't want to have to, like, go back and grind for extra levels or some shit. Play more? Play less. Prize picks. Good to be right.
I am overburdened.
Sputum.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, that's a big boy. Back to town.
Good to see you.
It is an honor to serve you.
Fused neck bones!
I can't put... Wait, I can put that there. I just need to... There we go. Okay. Now I can see other stuff. Good.
Damn demon fox!
I'm always saying that, you know? Damn demon fox. How's my... I'll have 9. Okay. We're gonna check Dranyan.
Good evening.
Presume how that's pronounced. What we're looking for is fireball and warmth. Nothing yet. Or warmth and mana on kill. What do we have presently? We have warmth and fire bolt.
He encountered the assassin Fade, who attacked the intruding 21.
Where are these extra rock worms coming from? Not there. I got my dinner planned out already. I'm gonna have that. Remaining, either half of the remaining or the whole remaining antipasta salad. You gotta be careful not to let your pasta and your antipasta touch. It'll, destructive annihilation will ensue. It's Coldworm, the burrower. Naughty.
I need mana.
Man, this poison sucks. Damn, yo. Well, I got it. I got the shaft. It's too real, game. Too real. Druid class? What druid class? There's Barbarian, Necromancer, Amazon, Sorceress, Paladin. Pretty sure that's it. Hello? Man, imagine the furor if Blizzard had decided to make a Diablo MMO. Like halfway between now and WoW launching. Like a while back. Imagine if they'd just been like, no, we're doing a Diablo MMO.
I am overburdened.
You guys have internet, right? Mask? I'm on the internet. Okay, is that everything? Yes.
The Staff of Kings! You astound me, my friend.
Maybe I should
You
eat
have
dinner
discovered the shaft
and
portion of a
continue streaming.
Herodric staff. I trust you know how to use a Herodric cube to unite the shaft with its headpiece.
Shaft and headpiece, huh? What a game.
Greetings.
Tail!
Good morning.
Good morning. 48,000 for a ring. Okay, we did the worm thing. Valley of Snakes. Don't know what that one is. Talrasha's Tomb. Could be anywhere. Lost City is gonna have a thing. Ooze Growler the Quick. so much that he's quick, just that he's constantly moving.
Not enough mana. I need mana.
A Night Slinger sounds like an old-timey reference to somebody who, like, shovels shit up.
I can't carry anymore. Not enough mana.
Underutilized idea for like neural network voice generation is overly specific, obnoxious voice callouts in games. It'll be like, I'm overburdened. I can't carry the trident. Not enough mana to cast Fireball right now. To cast Fireball at the Plague Bearer. What the fuck was that?
Brother, I am hit!
It's gotta be really specific. It's like... I need a red key to open
Magnus
this red
raged
door
that he was
in
the
level
Axe
6.
Man.
There's a thing over there. I don't know what it is. My health is low due to poison from the Night Slinger's rancid gas bomb. Magnus. I need to set up PS2. I can't wait. Chat, I saw a job posting. It appears to be some pretty standard shit for what I do. $400,000 to $700,000 per year. It doesn't even look like it's like... It's not a senior or director level role, it's just an absurd amount of money. I guess it's like a larger org-wide role instead of a like specific individual role, but like individual project role, but man. Gotta see about applying to that tomorrow. Oh, I know, Krigath. I know well. Reminds me. Hold on a second.
Stay a while and listen.
Good day.
I could get better boots.
What you need?
Hello, Bradish.
Good day.
This dude never has the thing that I need. Never even has the item type, which is weird.
Hi there.
Why? Yeah, hold on, I gotta do something real quick. Not that. Ligma D's nuts. Welcome back, Adrian. I need to do that. Okay. Oh, hey, Discordia posted these in the auxiliary stream chat. I did not see it. Yeah, buff. Excellent buff. Dip, dip, dip. Alright, when I find the Lost City waypoint, I will do another round of gambling. Ugh. Ugh. Why am I on that?
need mana. Not enough mana.
Not enough mana.
I need mana. Not enough mana. I need mana.
Anyway, yeah. I gotta figure out probably tomorrow. I need to figure out about applying to that. $400 to $700K job. It's crazy. Crude mask. I like the idea that crude mask is just like, it's just like it's like a big middle finger mask or something. Yeah. 13 defense. Oh, we got fast run walk. Can't get rid of that. Can't get rid of that until we get something real good. There it is. Speaking of getting something real good in there. Loot Ghislaine.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Alright, so now we're gonna save and exit. Good. Then we're gonna go copy our save into the new folder. And then we're going to go into the new folder, copy the save there. Motherfucker. Let's find out. Fast run walk, fire resist 25%. That's better than what we have. Right? 8 defense instead of 5 and 25% fire resist. It's an improvement. But now we need to get light chain boots, or we need to get light plate boots. So we'll save and exit. We're in better shape, so we're going to back up our save. Bip, bip, bip. Copy that. Go back in. Okay, so we need light plate boots. And I'm at least when we were lower level, they were appearing at Geed.
Now that I'm done. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good to see you again. Since the rogues have been moving. What you need? May I help you?
Bring.
Good day.
He was having them before, and now he's not.
May I help you?
I heard you have to be level 15 for the what's it to spawn? Correct? Light plate boots?
Good day.
But he's not got them at all. It's irritating.
May I help you?
Light plate boots. Fuck. Require 50 strength though. Okay, so we can't do that yet. We can't do that yet, even if we got the ones we wanted. We wouldn't be able to. We wouldn't be able to equip it. We're off by 5 strength, so we can do it next level. Next level. Welco Metot Henex
What you need?
to level. Alright, now what's his nuts has them. Elzix.
Hello. Good evening. Welcome to the Desert Rain. Hi there. Good evening. Hi there. Welcome to the Desert Rain.
I gotta think of other like one-off things that I can do fairly easily for Pogor's Saga of Woe.
What you need?
A lot of the like interstitial stuff will have to be like. What I'll probably do is I'll probably do like sketches of shit that I want to include, because I won't be able to I don't know that I'll be able to produce
Good evening.
art at the level that I would really like to have, but I'd like to have something there so that it like all flows together. I want the game to be complete. That is my first goal. Is like make the game complete, and then once the game is complete, I can like improve the quality of individual elements. So I need to do the menus. I hate doing like fucking game state machine
Hi there.
shit. One of my least favorite activities is like figuring out like, oh, the game is paused, but it's not. It's in the pause menu, but it's not in the main menu, so it's got to be in this state. It's fucking. I hate that shit. It's boring.
Welcome to the
I gotta do it. That's probably what I'm gonna do like this evening and tomorrow during the day and stuff. I'm gonna get that going.
Good evening.
I want to get that extremely high-paying job.
Welcome to the Desert Rain.
Welcome to the Desert Rain.
Good evening.
I think the light plate boots that I'm looking for also have Magic Find on them, which would be funny.
Welcome to the Desert Rain. Good evening.
Good evening.
What you need?
Oh, I gotta check something real quick. Hold on. I will be right back. Speaking of... Anyway, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright, let's go to the Lost City and figure out what we're doing here. I think this area will have restocked because I saved and quit. So it'll be full of enemies again. Ooh, greater. Good lord, they're dropping a lot of gold. Holy crap. Dark Elder's back.
I need mana.
You wand. Okay. Hello, Mark. A new area? Valley of Snakes. This is where I want to be. But I think there's more I need to explore in Lost City. They did. I still have my disc copy of it somewhere. Yeah, all the games... these games came with a... at least this one came with a... like a key, a disc key. It was a code that you put in when you installed the game, and that's what would allow you to play online. Yeah, you had to have the disc in the drive. You had to have the play disc in the drive, even if you installed the whole thing to your PC. Oh, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. It was 3 discs, but you had different options for install size.
I am overburdened. Not enough mana.
I thought there was an install option that was smaller than a full disc. I could be wrong.
I need mana.
Right. Oh, that's resist fire now.
Not enough mana.
But yeah, three discs. No more than like 700 something megabytes a disc. Probably only 650 per disc.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
I don't think that's true at all. PC gaming has always been a fairly large segment of the market. When you consider the number of the install base size of PCs, even if only a fraction of them are used for gaming, like they've always outpaced consoles. Nearly every home had a Commodore 64. Only a handful, in comparison, had an NES or Atari. Best-selling computer of all time to this day. Named for its memory capacity. 64 kilobytes of RAM. It was possible to use a 300 baud modem with the Commodore 64. That's about 1/1000th? 1/1000th the speed of DSL. There was a transition to MS-DOS first in the mid to late 80s, and then Windows.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Ow.
I can't carry anymore.
People would use it for like home computing tasks a lot. Writing letters, calculating, balancing their checkbooks, doing math. Some people would learn programming. I don't know that Commodore had a big inroad with education. I think I know that Apple that was a common form factor. Need 5 points of strength. This guy's also named Bane Blister. Come on. You're using your stuff now.
I need mana. Not enough mana. I am overburdened.
My inventory is too heavy. Warmth. Apple had a lot of inroads in education in the 80s and 90s.
Good day.
So Apple II computers were used a lot in computers in education. Not in the same way that they're considered to be now. They were more expensive than some of their competition, but they were also like one of the first producing viable home computer setups that didn't require people to build the computer out of a kit. First Apple was a kit computer.
Good day.
Yeah. Apple signed they had both big discounts, and if I recall correctly, they signed like exclusivity contracts with a lot of school districts. So they gave them big discounts, but in exchange, the school district was prohibited from using anything else for like 10 to 20 years or something, 15 years. I think technology evolved at a pretty healthy pace over the 1980s, or like 1970s through 1990s. I think the big problem was with the sort of gold rush mentality of the dot-com boom era at the end of the 90s that started causing a lot of problems. And we still feel those problems today. I disagree. I think that we actually, we could have been accelerating technology in a meaningful and healthy manner much faster than it has been. Technology growth has slowed because of the unhealthy elements surrounding it. like monetization, walled gardens, proprietary. How to put it? Movement toward proprietary. Movement toward proprietary systems instead of open standards. I don't think it's just consumerism, right? I think it's a combinatorial effect with the way that technology evolves. When you look at early internet, how the early internet was set up, it was a lot more free ideas. And when I say free, I mean gratis, specifically. Much to the chagrin of Richard Stallman or whoever. It was people exchanging things for free. And by doing so, they were... they were sort of inadvertently speeding up the spread of certain technology. Because if you could get lots of things for free, there wasn't as much incentive to hold back things that were less effective or more effective, I mean, right? Now, like, even if a better product comes along, because there's such a for example, Discord, right? A lot of us use Discord for communication. Because Discord is built on a closed standard, because it's built to keep users inside its ecosystem, even if a better alternative comes along, there is no better Discord client, right? Because you can't build a client on their ecosystem. They've monetized their ecosystem. They control it end to end. And that means that communication technology in that space is proceeding on the whims of 2 or 3 companies. Discord, Slack. And so, because it's not built to open standards, because it's not built freely, that holds back the development of technology. You might want something really cool, but you're not going to have it on Facebook. You're not going to have it on Discord. You're not going to have it on Slack. That feature may never exist. And because the companies that are making money off of this stuff are incentivized to make more money off of it, they are artificially slowing down. For example, right? I want to use a different... I want it to say food every time I get a message in Discord. Can't do that. Not allowed. You are not allowed to change the notification sound for Discord to something that you want. Right? Same thing with mobile phone technology, right? Apple and Google control... Apple and Google... control 99% of the mobile ecosystem. And so if they agree on something, short of regulation of them, you're never going to get that thing, right? So, like, not anymore. Not anymore. They're moving towards shutting down sideloading entirely. So, but yeah, that's the right. But my point is, in the early days of the internet, it wasn't that way. And that's one of the reasons why technology was able to advance so quickly, and why I think it's healthy that it did so. Because I mean, look at like IRC, right? Compare internet relay chat with Discord. Right? Internet relay chat is a protocol. Anybody could put up a server, and then anybody could write a client. As long as they shared the protocol, you could add features to your client. You could get a different client with different features. You weren't bound by the IRC company's definition of what their client was going to have, and that's what you got. Take it or leave it, right? And if somebody made a better client, a small individual contributor, they could be like, hey, I made this really cool client that does all this extra stuff. I want $10 for it. And you would buy it and you'd have it, and they'd support it. Now, that wasn't always the case. A lot of times the software was just completely free. But what would happen is you'd have like competing reasons to you'd have competing reasons to work with one or another client. Sometimes you'd be like, this one's great, but it costs too much. I'm going to use this free one. Sometimes the free one was the best one on the market, and people were trying to capitalize and failing because their product wasn't as good. It was much more of an open market than what we see now, where like if you wanted to make a competitor to the Discord, you'd need millions of dollars. So the only people who are going to do it are people who are interested in monetizing. And I don't know, right? I don't know if there's an opportunity for a return to how things used to work, right? Probably the best bet is through regulation. I know that Norway recently had an ad about enshittification, and they're hoping to introduce legislation that will disincentivize that, but who knows. And then there's also people who are like still trying to operate by that model. Like if you look up the Frogan's technology layer, you can see some fucking wild shit. Yeah, they absolutely want control. And the reason that they want control is because they want money. Right? Put it this way, right? If you can put your own like message tone, if you can put your own message tone on your messages arbitrarily, Discord can't sell you custom message tones. Right? Yeah, click and play. People just making games for the fuck of it. Remember Winamp skins? Imagine if Winamp shut down the ability... Hey, I'm getting as thin as I can. What I'm saying is like there were literally hundreds of thousands of Winamp skins. Right, like there were literally hundreds of thousands of Winamp skins. You could just go fucking download, right? There were like, what was it? 2 Cows was one of the sites where you could just go download a bunch of stuff, and it was things that people just made for free. Yeah, exactly. And imagine if you could just draw your own, like, profile banner in Discord, right? Like, just make a custom one. Actually, given Discord's user base, maybe don't imagine that. I mean, I think a bunch of companies are holding back stock so that they can make more money off of it. If you're lucky, Adrian, if you're lucky. Yeah. High demand enterprise applications and speculation are getting people to invest like enterprise size money. What did that say? Belt. Enterprise sized money into hoarding a bunch of RAM and compute resources in general. And so there's kind of two things going on. To some extent, there's some scalping going on. Not scalping. Scalping would imply that it's a third party, right? They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're going, hey, we need all this RAM for this speculative venture that we're going on, namely AI. And so they go, we're gonna need to scale to this certain amount of compute power. Because we need to be able to compete with Microsoft, Amazon, whoever. Or it's Microsoft, Amazon, whoever, saying we need to scale all this compute to compete with each other. The problem is that once you get to... Oh, well, I died. Where am I? That sucks. Well, it's speculative, right? It's speculative, so it's like they're saying we think we need this much because we're gonna get customers that pay us this much to do this much computing, right? And who knows if that's true, right? Like, I know a bunch of people are like, hey, fuck OpenAI, because their involvement with the military, and that could impact how many customers OpenAI has. So if OpenAI was saying, hey, invest in us, we're going to buy all this computing power, and we're going to sell it back to people we're going to have 100 million customers. Shadrock, thank you for the raid. I just died in the middle of a room full of assholes. Hello, I'm Duke Donuts. Hello, for 8-bit gamers. How's it going? How was your stream? What were you playing? Can't see. I can't see. Home Alone 2. Oh, man. Yeah, we were talking about... My corpse. Okay, stop. Stop it. I'm alive.
I can't carry anymore.
We were talking about the impending RAM shortage. Anyway, short version of it is AI companies are trying to get investment.
I can't carry anymore.
AI companies are trying to get investment because investment keeps them alive. Because
I am overburdened.
In my opinion, they don't have enough product to sell it forever. They won't be able to sustain the amount of money that they're spending by getting it from customers. So they're scaling up, claiming that they're going to have all these customers and use cases, and while they may have some, they're mostly using it to pursue investors. Basically show investors, hey, look how big we are. You should give us more money so we can get even bigger, because it's going to be... It's going to be this big thing. Hello, Balrogic. I got the head piece.
Who would have thought that such primitive beings could cause so much trouble?
I got the Horodric staff. It's speculation, right? It's a bunch of people investing in it and saying, I think I'm going to be able to get my money out of this before it collapses.
Excellent. You have a Horodric staff. Carry it with you into Talrash's tomb. Find within the tomb the chamber whose floor is inset with the circle of 7 symbols. Place the staff into the receptacle you find there. That will open the secret passage into Talrash's burial chamber. But be prepared for a fight. You'll likely have to kill Talrasha to destroy Baal. I've been speaking with Lord Jaren, and I sense that he is becoming more and more agitated by something.
Jaren, these nuts.
You should try to talk to him again. If he still won't take you into his confidence, seek to prove yourself a bit more. I gather that his respect for you is growing.
Greetings.
There's one other thing. There's one other thing to be aware of with AI use right now, and that is that there are a lot of people who will talk about AI and say like, oh yeah, ugh, AI, hate it, and then they will use it a lot. There's a lot of people who outwardly present that they're anti-AI, but will still use it because it serves a function for them. Or they'll use it in place of search because search sucks now. It's not just the addictive part, right? It's that people are it is solving a problem for people, but it's not solving a problem. It's not solving a problem important enough that they're going to pay enough for it to make back the investment of the AI companies.
Hello.
And it's not just that it's like smart and right about everything, it's more insidiously people will use AI as a way to try to enhance their own knowledge and stature. And
I've been researching the old records, trying to find the location of Tal Rasha's tomb. Though I haven't found
no. I understood that, Belragic. What I was going to say is it's not people looking for affirmation or receiving affirmation necessarily.
Somewhere around here. He was a powerful spellcaster and kept demons as slaves within the sanctuary. He kept a close eye on
people
great
who
events
are
too, such as the imprisonment of Baal within Tal
people
Rasha's
who are
tomb.
looking to gain the appearance of having knowledge and looking to gain stature will use AI. You'll see this often, right? Like go look at Reddit or something. Someone will ask a question, and some people will respond, according to ChatGPT, XYZ.
Perhaps he knows of a secret entrance or the like.
Those are the people who are being honest about what they did, right? For every one of those that you see, there's probably 10 or 50 or 100 that are simply putting back the answer. They're acting as a conduit. Someone asks a question, someone else goes to ChatGPT, comes back and says, this is the answer. And they might edit it, they might change it around a little bit, they might do something with it. But what they're doing is they're trying to appear smarter or better or more knowledgeable or more sociable. And they're using whatever tools they have access to do it. In this case, they're using ChatGPT. The difficulty is that it is foolish, right? But the problem with humanity is that the majority of humans are pretty foolish, right? You run into this in engineering, where maybe like two senior engineers are like, we really need to have an AI policy. We don't want to move too quickly on AI because it could bite us in the ass. We need to be cautious, right? Let's not claim that we've got this great improvement in velocity from AI yet, because we have to spend a lot of time correcting the issues that AI itself introduces. Okay, cool, right? That's a good way to approach it. Now, the problem comes in when some mid-level or junior engineer goes, "Oh, the product manager said they want this feature, and the engineering lead told them no because we don't have bandwidth. I could code this thing in AI in like 4 hours." So they spend an extra 4 hours after work because they're excited about it. They think they can contribute. They have this idea that they're helping, right? They believe they are contributing more to the company, to their own like social standing. They think they might get recognition for it. They might just be excited about the technology and be like, we could just do this so quickly, right? And so what happens is that mid-level engineer goes, hey, check it out. I built this thing with AI over the weekend, and engineering lead said we couldn't do it because we didn't have time. Well, we've got it now. And the feature itself might look like it works on the surface, but it might have all kinds of problems underneath the surface that engineer didn't think to check because they're not senior enough to do so. They're not in that space, right? And so the product manager goes, hey, we've got the feature. Great job. I'm really excited about this. I love AI. And because it does things like this, and I got a feature I wasn't expecting. Now you've poisoned the entire ecosystem of this theoretical company by not punishing the person who stepped out of line and didn't follow the policy, didn't follow their leads, didn't follow the hierarchy, and didn't do things safely. Now you've got a problem because the product manager is going to go to the engineering lead and be like, Jimmy made the feature with AI, and so I want you guys to use AI because look how much faster you can move with it. And that's going to cause major problems in later on, right? Well, so here's the thing, right? Well, no, the thing is that
Good day.
most,
It is an honor to serve you.
in my experience, many product managers are going to go, oh, hey, this has the this got number to go up, right? Number went up. So we like this. We want more of this. We want other people to do this as well. We want other people to do what Jimmy did. And in doing so, they sort of bypass the people who know better, who are saying, whoa, hold up, take it slow.
Greetings. When the troubles began here, I allowed the terrified harem guilds to join me within the safety of the palace. All was fine until one night. Screams echoed up the stairwells from the harem. My guards arrived to find the poor girls being slaughtered by a merciless band of hell-spawned demons. My brave guardsmen tried to push the demons back into the mysterious rift from which they came. Ever since, my men have fought a losing battle. Demons have continued to pour through the rift into the palace. Ultimately, I hired Grays and his mercenaries to help protect the rest of my
But yeah,
city.
the big difficulty is
that the arcane sanctuary
that
lies buried
in a lot of
palace,
organizations,
since Lutkalane occupies the site of an ancient Vigerai fortress.
the punitive part of it doesn't
My palace
happen.
is open to you now. Take care.
Right, and that's exactly it, right? Is
You may enter the palace.
hey, thanks, buddy. You may enter the palace. I always forget about the palace level. But yeah, there's like a ton of tech debt. There's a ton of there's a ton of things going on right now that aren't going to shake out super well. But what they're doing is a lot of the executives are invested in AI companies. And so they want AI as a concept to succeed. And so they want their company to use it because if their company uses it, their company makes more money faster, they think, and they make money personally because their investment does well. Not always, but like that's a factor, right? What do you do when your development director has an investment in OpenAI, right? And they recommend that your team start using AI. Is it a conflict of interest? Do we have a like do we have a mechanism in place that addresses that? Anyway, back to the RAM question. So because AI can't realistically make back its money in like subscriptions and B2B and B2C revenue, they're sort of circularly chasing more investments, and to do so they need to show scale. And so they're scaling up, they're buying a lot of computing power and parts. Which means that because it's like you ever see like a what do they call, like a boxcar derby or something? You know what I'm talking about? Where like you like build a little car out of Pinewood Derby, I think sometimes it's called. A little car out of like, you know, just whatever. It's soapbox, yeah, soapbox racing. Yeah, there's a number of different. Yeah. There's a number of different terms for it. So. Have you ever seen one where like even at a small scale, right? Even at a small scale, there's somebody who's like, oh, my dad's an aerodynamics engineer. My dad's a mechanic, right? And suddenly you've got one person who has the advantage of, and it, to be clear, right? It's usually dads competing against each other for the most part. It should be a sort of like familial bonding event, right? But then you've got one person who has professional discipline that overlaps with building a shitty little wooden race car, right? They're a materials scientist, they're a mechanic, they're a aerodynamicist or whatever, right? They have something that gives them... Ooh. They have something that gives them an advantage. And so what ends up happening is they win by a lot, right? They win by a lot. And so the next year that the competition takes place, every participant, two things happen. A large number of participants drop out because they don't feel that they can compete against someone who has domain-specific knowledge. Second, the competition among the remaining participants increases, right? So what you end up with is this escalation where over the course of the next 2 or 3 instances of the event, right? It goes from being a friendly thing where, you know, anybody could win to a cutthroat competition where people are, like, keeping secrets, they're trying to find out what each other are doing, they're spending thousands of dollars building these things, when it was just like anybody could participate before because it was just, you know, a couple of pieces of wood and some, you know, cheapo wheels or something, right? That's the same sort of thing that's happening with... That's the same sort of thing that's happening with AI right now, is because all these AI companies are competing with each other, they've turned something that was a relatively small market into a cutthroat competition of scaling, and now all the little guys who are, you know, benefiting on the side from the advancement of technology are starved out of the market because all of it has to go to that full growth. Right? Big money's involved now, so you're not going to be able to get small money versions of things because there's more money to be had selling it to the big money participants. Does that make sense? I mean, just try to buy a large GPU cluster to begin with, right? Like, you wouldn't be able to afford it. And then once a certain level of collapse hits any market, you start getting scalpers, hoarders. You get a bunch of secondary disruption that exacerbates the problem, right? It's like when they were like, "Hey, don't hoard toilet paper." What did everybody do? They went out and bought a whole bunch of toilet paper. Prices have already gone up a lot. I think that I don't know if prices are going to go up a lot more. Because the market can't bear it, right? Will the market completely collapse? I don't think so. I think prices will go up a little bit more. Patagon, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Where it all happens. Upgrade. Appropriate music for this encounter. Now we get serious.
Stay a while and listen.
How may I help you?
Hot Brain. Fire up your mind. We gotta play Hot Brain one of these days. 100% Hot Brain. Alright, this orb. We need this orb. Alright, we can sell this ring. If I get... Lysander has the potions,
There's
right?
nothing the right potion can't cure.
So if we use that, if we get a weapon that has magic find on the... We want like a... We want a one-hand weapon with magic find. I can wear just the shield, though. Hold up. Well, we gotta do something real quick. Copy this into new folder. Copy the stuff in new folder. Right, buddy. You better have some light plate boots. What is my total magic find right now? 24. $68. 88.
Greetings.
But we need to...
Good day.
We need him to have,
Hello.
we need him to have light plate boots.
Hi there. What you need? Good day. Hello.
It's gambling time.
Welcome to the Desert Rain.
Wonder if there's a one-handed weapon that has magic find. I could get right now.
Hello.
Light gauntlets. Where's BNU? Why is BNU asleep in like the nighttime?
Good day.
VR headset?
Welcome to the Desert Rain.
Hello, Ninja. Welcome back.
Good day. Welcome to the Desert Rain.
They played the boots. Are these the ones that I was trying to get? I thought there were Magic Find boots, but it's fastest. It's fastest run walk, so like obviously zoom. Let's go. Woo.
It is an honor to serve you.
There are Magic Find plated boots. The other ones, these ones are okay. These ones are good. I gotta drop the fire resist, but whatever. Look at me go. There isn't... This game doesn't have weapon sets, does it? Shame. Okay, we're gonna go put this back in the thing. That's good. That's good. Oh, they're on Nightmare? Anyway, we're going real fast now. That's good. That's good. Just real quick. Back this ass up. Fuck. My stupid joke made me lose my concentration. I quit the game by accident. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Plus we have extra stamina, which is good. Okay. What was the... did I find the... Yeah, it's down here. Ow. Hey. We were on Palace Cell. Ah. do I get there? How do I get there? Whoa.
Not enough mana.
Good.
They waged battle.
Okay, there we go.
And they fought.
Greetings.
Welcome to my shop.
Allow me to advise you.
Always looking for something with always looking for something with warmth and fireball. ellipses. That's the other way up. Hey Fuse, how's it going? It's going okay. It's going okay. Going better than it was with the Paladin. So far anyway. Will that continue? Who knows? Oh, that's jerks. More damage on our fireball. That goes down. How you doing, Fuse? Congrats on beating Resident Evil in like the mega stream yesterday. Was that yesterday? YouTube. Oh. A number of ways down here, which is replaying it already. Must be good. Capcom seems to have nailed a formula for their business with basically just like they have a handful of flagship titles and that's all they make. They just got really good at making those specific things and nothing else. I mean, I'm sure they could make other stuff if they wanted, but it wouldn't be a winning business proposition the same way that Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter and Resident Evil and
I need mana.
I guess they can get away with Street Fighter.
Not enough mana.
Didn't they already make? Didn't they already make an extra Breath of Fire game that nobody likes to talk about? Or am I thinking of Dragon Warrior? I might be thinking of Dragon Warrior. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Easy. Easy win. You're welcome. None can say. Navigating these levels is a pain in the ass. Let's go down. 3 cellar. Okay, I'm killing in one hit. For the most part. Somebody should do a playthrough of all of the, like, they didn't stop making this series of games, but I wish they had games, you know? Master of Orion 3, Star Control 3, Sonic 3, Breath of Fire 6. Like 33 Shining games. See, the specific purpose, Jay, is games where the first, at least the first entry to a series is, is generally well liked. Where the first entry is generally well liked, and some subsequent entry is like right, exactly. You can't start with one and be like, they shouldn't have made this. That's defeating the purpose of the of it. Yeah. You mean after Sonic 2? I know Sonic 3 is generally well liked. That's my little joke. Stop running around. I love Pogor. Pogor's great. And not be near him when he explodes. broadsword.
Stay a while and listen.
What do we got? Ice Blast, Static Field. Inferno, Ice Blast, Ice Bolt. I think Ice Blast is a good spell, but like I would need to invest in it. Oh, that belt. I can sell that belt. Selt the belt. Oh, what's that? What's that weird thing? Is that a portal to hell? Oh, zero cool. Power a giant drill to drill on down to hell. Releasing ancient demons from a sleep forever spell. Mix up the mess up the mix. No, it's the other way around. Mess up the mix up the mess. Come on down. Yo, here's the address. 612 Wharf Avenue.
Reality.
612 Wharf Avenue. Right next to Gentlemen's Club.
Good to see you.
Arnhelm. A Terravan.
Welcome to the Desert Rain.
I have video games. Is Deninja in chat? Is there a chest piece I can gamble on that's better than Arctic furs? Hello, Frostos. It's a good song. It's extremely well done. Ah, no rune words. No rune words. Fire resist. Another ring. Could you tell me what the value of this ring might be?
Hello.
Did somebody like do like a big tip? There are so many rings in here. Hot rings. Okay, yeah, there's that dude who's like, look at how much fire they're doing. Ah, get the fuck out of there. Nope, get. God, that's annoying. Like Darkstone.
It is an honor to serve you.
Like Drakkar Ocdemoner. 2.
There's nothing the right potion can't cure.
Like, relics. This is actually a really good ring in there. Lifesteal on hit and a ring? Form factor? Pretty good. Is it possible to play all the way through Sacred 1? Are we sure about that? I thought about playing Sacred 1. I wish I could find the thing where it's like, where it says like, play as the mighty dwarf. It was like a big selling point to the expansion to Sacred 1, I think. Shoot my fireballs through the floor, that's fine. I wonder what they're up to when the monsters inside the portal are different than the monsters that are coming out of the portal. Like, one's just the Vanguard, do you reckon?
I need mana. I need mana.
You ever get the Glabgalab song? Just like show up in your head.
How may I help you?
Hello.
Is it a game? I thought it was a like a. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a video, linear media. What is the genre for Sacred Tree? It's just more of a like action game, right? I mean, I think there's a good reason that people were disappointed in Diablo 3. Multiple reasons, right? I think that Diablo 3... How much I think of the 100 bits?
Pride 100.
I think that the Diablo series multiple times... Like... There was Diablo 1, right? And Diablo 1 was a unique game. It was something that a lot of people really enjoyed because it was effectively like, hey, it's a roguelike game, but it plays a lot better than NetHack or whatever else. And it's real time. Right, it appears to be real time, even though it's kind of like there's a like phased turn thing going on under the hood, but right, that was a format that why can't I hear this? It was a specific thing that a lot of people had been going like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if, and talking about that specific format, right? Hey, what if NetHack, but instead of it being turn-based text, it's like an actual video game. That would be cool. And they did something very they did something very smart.
I am overburdened.
With Diablo 2. They made more of the same, right? Oh, large shield. Yeah, I can't. They made more of the same. They made the same game, but they added more stuff to it. There were more classes, more types of items, more environments, more enemies, more story. They did a really good job with Diablo 2.
Good day.
It's an excellent game.
It is an honor to serve
with
you.
some caveats. But I don't need to keep this. And the gap between Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 was pretty long, right? This was what, 2001? 2000. The 12 years passed in between. And when they were, during that time, they were supporting this game and expanding it and adding new stuff to it and just generally generally improving it, which is great, right? They spent 12 years improving this game and adding more cool stuff to it, and that alone creates a problem, right? We've all probably seen the difficulty that Sony had with EverQuest 2. EverQuest 2 didn't have all of the stuff from EverQuest 1 because EverQuest 1 had been around for a really long time. And so it was competing with itself. Right? It was competing with itself for all of the stuff that the previous one did, right? So Diablo 1 never got that kind of like update support, and it was only a few years between 1 and 2. Diablo 3 was a major shift both in presentation style, graphically. Not necessarily just that it was a shift to 3D. That works, right? There are successful 3D based Diablo type games. Where? But they also had a severe shift in like tone and presentation, so that the aesthetic of the game changed, and that's a tough thing. That's a tough thing for fans of a piece of media to deal with, right? You know, say a new Doom came out and it looked totally different from the existing Doom. Well, people wouldn't buy it as much, would they? You know, instead of it being a like hell-based thing, now it's Space Guys or something, right? And that makes it tough. That's a second thing that makes it a difficult sell. Hardens. And third, Diablo 3 made the like now
Thank you for the concise and thoughtful answer. It's the best one I've heard. Pride 100.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits, Salvage Bar. I'm glad it's helping to answer some of the questions about it. There's one other key factor, which is Diablo 3 launched with a bunch of monetization stuff baked in right from the start. And that has always been something that people... I heard it... So my former marketing director, the company that I used to work at, put it this way, and I think it's a brilliant way. I think it's a brilliant way to present this. If you invite me over for dinner, right, and you make a nice meal, and you know, I hang out and I eat the meal, and then I go, that was a good meal, here's $20. It's gonna feel real fucking awkward. Like, you're gonna be like, what the fuck, dude? Why are you giving me money? Stop. Don't do that. You're cheapening the experience. Right? And this is one of the big things with like monetization in video games is people don't want to think about money. People don't want to think about spending money. They're in the video game world to escape having to think about spending money. It's the last thing they want to do in video game time. And so what Diablo 3 did was
It is an honor to serve
they were like, we've got this cool idea. Oh shit, max sell value. When does the sell value go up? Is that per chapter? Is it 5,000 per chapter? I'm gonna be stuck with this thing in my idiot box. I don't know why I'm saving all these gems. They're fucking pointless. Okay. Like, people playing video games are there to escape. They don't want to think about money. That's the last thing they want to think about. And so, regardless of their motives, which I think were scummy, to clarify, I'm not defending the idea here. I think somebody at Blizzard, whether it was somebody on the game team or some executive or whoever,
I can't carry anymore.
Was like, hey, we could make a lot of money by making the drop rates shitty and then letting people sell items to each other, and we'll take a little cut every time. Well, guess who didn't like that? Can you imagine? Video games players... What am I fucking so far? Video game players did not like the we're gonna sell you stuff zone. And so on top of all of the other difficulties that they had trying to sell Diablo 3 to Diablo 2 fans, the change in look, the the change in look, change in style, the change in gameplay, all of these things that were competing against a game that had received 12 years of support. They also undermined It wasn't that it ruined the balance, right? It's actually much simpler than that. Players didn't like it because it was money. They were thinking about money when they wanted to be thinking about killing a goat man or like blowing up a weird ghoul, right? It doesn't even have to get to the point where you're like, I feel like, you know, like I feel like this ruins the balance. That's way more thinking than most players are doing. The thing that most players are doing is, I feel like I'm being exploited, right? They're trying to make money off of me. They're making me think about money in my sacred video game time. I don't want to think about money. I want to think about exploding a specter with a fireball. And so that pissed people off. And they can talk about like, oh, like it fucked up the balance, which it did, right? Surely. But it isn't that complicated when it comes down to why people didn't like it. People didn't like it because it was money. It's that simple. Giant sword. And so they had, like, right from the very start, they had this monetization in, they had this, oh, I still have the resist fire. They had this monetization in, they had this erosion of trust, they had all the other problems, and so Diablo 3 still did really good. It's just that Diablo 3 did really good with people who were like, they were like, yeah, I like Diablo. Yeah. Not like fans of Diablo. That makes sense. I know a bunch of people who are like, yeah, I got into Diablo with Diablo 3. And like that's cool, you know? I think it's neat that it's neat that new people got a chance to experience the game, the franchise, playing Diablo 3. They did eventually like fix a bunch of stuff with Diablo 3, and they've been supporting it quite a bit. But the initial version was pretty rough. Where the fuck am I? Here? It takes me there. This. Dead. And there's no way I'm gonna be able to get my corpse there. Fuck off. 9,000 gold. Why do I have that much gold on me? Alright. Sucks. I was playing the on-disc version of Diablo 3. Or Xbox 360. We go. No, put the fucking scimitar down, you idiot. dying take all of my money? That's ass. Did I get all my stuff back? Yes. You're doing the obvious. Damn it. Rough. This place is annoying, but it's not that bad. The thing that I find really annoying is the jungle waterways. They're such an annoyance. Kill the summoner. Remember the video game Summoner? For PlayStation 2 and Windows?
Good evening.
Hello.
Mana on hit. Right? Yeah. It's always the last place you look, right? Look at this guy's little shimmy. Oh, he moved. Shit. That's the point. That's the joke. A lot of super mana potions. Stop with the fucking firewall, dude. This game sucks if you're melee. I seem to have killed him. Too many keys. Tell me what the value of this ring might be.
Seekers of the tomb of Tal Rasha will find it through the portal. But know that the glowing glyphs recorded here in my arcane sanctuary are the signs of the 6 false tombs. The missing 7th sign marks the tomb of Tal Rasha. Of the Haradrim, he might be called the foremost.
Club drive.
It was a shining but brief moment for the mage clans when they set aside their differences and worked together against the common enemy. The Haradrim relentlessly pursued the 3 across the desolate empires of the east and even into the uncharted lands of the west, leaving the Archangel Tyrael's hands unblemished. Presuming the 3 to be vanquished, the Haradrim's unstable fellowship began to dissipate. Abandoning their sacred charge to safeguard the 3 soul stones, the disparate mage clans began to squabble amongst each other over petty differences. Their conflicts not only dissolve their brotherhood, but strengthen the evils which they had buried beneath the cold earth.
Oh, Canyon of the Mad Guy. Circle. I never knew that you could, like, get the thing from your journal. Druid? What's a druid? What's a paladin?
Blessings to you. Faith is stronger than any armor. The shield will protect the body, but faith will strengthen the courageous heart. I feel no pity for that would-be summoner. His terrible ambition for demonic power was his undoing. You merely hastened the inevitable. It is an honor to serve you.
Yes? There's nothing the right portion.
I think druid is a guy with no shirt and leather pants who flies a rocket ship off of Wizard Island in space. Other than that, they're a mystery to me. Oh, nice shot. What's up, blue blacking? What do you think these things do?
Not enough mana.
Oh, no, I want that. Battle axe. I do not want. Oh, it's just an easy potion. The joke I'm making, doing the obvious, is I'm playing original 1.0 Diablo 2. So there's no druids. Mulet? There's no rune words. Oh, there's no runes, I don't think. A lot of stuff is... a lot of stuff is balanced differently. It's kind of wild. 29% fire resistance. That's really good for maybe. Who's shooting lasers? Originally when I played 1.0, I used my retail CD. This time I'm using a CD image of the retail CD.
I am overburdened.
I'm overburdened. My inventory is too heavy.
Good day.
Hello.
How much does fast cast rate make a difference? How much of a difference does it actually make?
Hello.
One large shield. Any good here? Guys use fire. It's possible that their intentions were good, but they were not solvent. So they were unable to continue operating. Or whatever. Possible. You know? Got a lot of super mana potions. Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate you were trying to do good with it. Like Glaw's tooth. 50% deadly strike. I don't know what that means. Sounds good. I am getting killed a lot. Damage.
And they fought.
And a lot of rings.
Stay a while and listen.
Does Deadly Strike apply
Blessings
to
to you.
bosses? This isn't useful to me, but it's a cool item.
Good day.
Good fight.
Ready?
That's a good one. That's a good pull. Ah! Yeah, blow my dick out of your ass. One mana on kill. I don't think that would be helpful. Hello, Dr. Tasty 69.
She attacked.
Do I have any mods in chat? Can we get a shout out for Dr. Tasty 69? I Excellent streamer, excellent dude. Thank you, Dr. Tasty69, for shouting out Dr. Tasty69. Folks, you should follow Dr. Tasty69. Earlier, we were discussing whether I would look good if I was as ripped as you are. General consensus is I would look better than I do now, but not as good as you.
I can't carry anymore.
Hell yeah.
Good evening.
Hell yeah, brother.
Good
Imagine
evening.
if everyone was ripped. What video game character would be funniest if they were, like, totally ripped? Thank you for the gigantic emote. Very good. Sun pal. 2 scoops of hot dogs. Was it like a Family Guy or something where they're like cut to the sun from the Raisin Bran commercial who's just going like scoops, dumping raisins on everything? That's like killing people. Did my brain make that up? None can say. We'll see. It. I love the like weird sideways run you get at certain like oblique angles. This. Very strange. weird dreams on Commodore Amiga. Oh, you know who would be really cursed if they were ripped? Mr. Blobby.
It is an honor to serve you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. I don't think mana on kill is getting me much anymore. Not one mana on kill anyway. Okay, is that it? That's it. That Hellcat was waiting there for like 30 minutes while I went to clear out the Arcane Sanctuary. What about Mr. Malabi? What about Polka Dot British children's mascot? British terror project.
He dies! Hellslinger. Isn't that like an anime or a video game? Oh yeah, I love skills. Brandy stock. Do you keep brandy in stock, chat? It's like a big old... I can't remember the name of any brandy brands. It's not like so far. I don't have any health potions. One problem with this... Oh, Hiawatha Johnson. I'm playing it on VMware 16.
Greetings.
Fake computer.
Good day.
Hello.
Hello. One of the problems with this cool sash is that it's only got one belt slot.
Hello.
Hello. But it's really good otherwise. Alrash's tomb. I always go in all the false tombs to fight the enemies in there. The other problem I had was that I never noticed the little thing where this thing. I never noticed that for a long time. Like for years and years and years of playing this. And so I was like, how are you supposed to know? You just go in all of them until one of them works. I also didn't know that the quest log showed the symbol if you highlighted that quest specifically. Doing a lot of damage. I need to up my vitality. So that's the correct one. I don't want that one. Flying scimitar. I love the high kick to break the pots on the ground. Okay. Right to left. I remember when I first played Diablo 2, I had like Windows 2000 on a beta, or like I had NT5 or something. I had some messed up version of Windows that I had to run. I had to run it in glide mode because my graphics card didn't have direct 3D support. I had a Voodoo 2. I had like a Wildcat 4110 workstation graphics card and a Voodoo 2 for gaming. Not a lot of stuff worked on that configuration, but Diablo 2 did. I never got past, like, chapter 4. I got, like, to chapter 4, like, once or twice. I didn't end up beating it until, like, 2006, 2005, 2006? 2006. I can at least kill them all. Kill them all at once. Those. Scythe here.
I am overburdened.
Yeah. Largest size.
I can't carry anymore.
Activate everybody. Start firing at the doorway. That guy is extra fast. Woo, buddy. mist to dissipate. Lame. This version's a little different than what's available on Switch and other platforms, because this is the original release of the game, very early on.
I am overburdened.
I am overburdened. Much of this game plays differently than later versions. It doesn't have a lot of the features, or the balance stuff is different. It's interesting to see the differences. Lame. Boots, mana, healing. Alright. That's one.
Yes?
Blessings to you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Great helm. I think I'm very hungry. I'm gonna wrap up. We want to back this ass up in the new folder. Big stream, big girthy stream today. Oh no. I'm far too close. That's better. Now I'm normal sized. Hello, that's me. I'm normal size. Who is streaming? Who is streaming at 8 p.m. on a Sunday? Captain Clever? Makaw's almost 3 hours in, and it looks like he's just watching videos. I think he's even started the video game yet. Probably. Dot's doing an all-day Sonic marathon. Can't believe you can stretch 2 games out to 8 hours. Wild. Anna's playing Xenogears. Luigi is playing Dingus May? Oh, that's New Vegas. Seventh Saga. 1-star hero. So first playing Super Mario 2. Let's raid. Let's raid Dot. Let's raid Dot. That's good. Dot Level. Go say hi to Dot Level. If you don't follow Dot Level already, follow Dot Level. Tremendous gamer. Excellent person. Anyway, I'm going to go eat a salad or half a salad. Good night, everybody. Take care.